It is 5 p.m. on January 13th, 2026. I'm going to call to order our special called meeting for our budget work session. Just a reminder, this is a special called work session, and with these, we do not do public comment. So just wanted to remind everybody of that. Roll call, we have 4 members here in person. We do have another board member who is going to be a little bit late, about 10 minutes, so she'll be here shortly. And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and call CMTA Energy up to do their presentation for us.
Y'all hear us okay? Great. I'm gonna face this way. My name is Presley Dean. I'm a mechanical engineer, project manager for CMTA Energy Solutions. Been with them for about 5 years now.
And my name's Sarah Wiegand. I am also a mechanical engineer with CMTA. I've been here about 3 years.
Yep. We'd like to encourage you all to just ask questions, stop us as we're going through if you all have anything that catches your eye and want us to speak on anything more. So first, CMTA and Woodford County have had a great partnership over the last 20 plus years. CMTA has done at least some sort of design on every single building in the county. So at this one, I think it's the smallest impact. It was just the cooling tower, but at least something at every school and building throughout the county. The most recent being the new high school, and then before that, the renovations of South Side and North Side about 9 years ago now. So we've been doing the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing design at these different schools. So you all have known us as a design partner, and what we're here today to present on is how we could build that same design. So how we can design that and be your design partner, but also be a build partner to help renovate these schools and get some projects built. So first going over what is a guaranteed energy savings contract, GESC. So it's essentially just a financing tool to help you reallocate money that you're spending today on utilities and instead invest that money into infrastructure of your buildings. I like to look at these two charts to the right on the screen here. These are describing your operations budget before and after a project. The one on top is before a project. You have two main costs in this bucket. You have your utility costs, what it takes to run your facilities, and then your maintenance costs, what it takes to keep that equipment running and keep things up and running. The second chart there is representative of an operations budget after a project. It's important to note that these two pies are the same size, represent the same budget amount. And what these projects mainly focus on is decreasing that portion of your budget that's being spent on utilities. So we guarantee energy savings. So all of those dollar savings are guaranteed, and we stand behind that at CMTA. Over the last 14 years of doing these projects, we have not missed one of those guarantees. So we're confident when we say that we're going to guarantee you some energy savings. And those energy savings, if you decrease the portion of that pie that's being sent to the utility company, you get some new equipment, so it costs less to maintain that equipment. The leftover, that green slice of the pie, is your guaranteed energy savings. And that money can be used to help fund infrastructure upgrades. Many different things that you could use that money for. But essentially what this is doing, again, is taking money that you're spending today at the utility company and instead reallocating that money to be spent on infrastructure upgrades. And then this is something that is not new. We've been doing these projects all across the nation, but we're based in Louisville, Kentucky, and have a strong local presence here in Kentucky. And all of these green counties that you see on the map are places where we've done a guaranteed energy savings contract. So we've done it all across the state, and as you can see, we've done a lot right here in the immediate surrounding area. And then here's what we've done to date as part of this partnership with Woodford County. The first step is really to get out there and evaluate all of the systems. So we walked your different buildings. Sherman was gracious enough to take his time and walk us through those facilities, so grateful to him for doing that. We looked at all the different things you see up on the screen, from HVAC to lighting and controls. We also have access to past utility bills, so you all provided us with that data, and we analyzed that data, looked at the utility rate structures, and summarized how you're spending that money today. And then finally, we evaluated some potential energy savings measures, and we're going to look at how those could maybe be applied in Woodford County. So first, the utility summary. Energy use intensity. I wanted to quickly talk about this because you'll hear me say it several times throughout the rest of the presentation. So EUI is energy use per square foot. Essentially what this is doing is taking all of the energy used at the building, dividing by square foot, and that gives you a metric. And you can compare a really large building to a really small building, and you can see which one's more efficient by, calculating out dollar energy per square foot. You can compare buildings one another. And this is the overall Woodford County district utility summary. This does not include the new high school, so when we put these totals together, the new high school didn't have a full 12 months of data because it's such a new building. And to accurately get an EUI, again, it's energy per square foot, and that's on a yearly basis. So if we don't have a full years of data, we can't calculate that out. So this is just for those other facilities throughout the district. You can see a total of just over $660,000 spent between electricity and gas at those facilities. And that works out to an EUI, what I was just talking about, of 37.2 overall for the district, and a total utility spend of $1.22 per square foot. These numbers might not mean anything to you if you don't have anything to compare them to, but these are really good starting numbers. You all are a very, very energy efficient district, and all the credit goes towards your staff for having doing a good job of maintaining that equipment, doing a good job of running it effectively and efficiently. So credit goes out to your all's maintenance staff there. And then here's just those EUIs of each facility on a graph so you can see how they stack up one another. These are really good low starting EUIs. You can see that Safe Harbor and the Board of Education are slightly higher than the rest of the district, but again, these are very good low starting numbers. The message I'm trying to get across to you all is that you are doing a very good job of running an efficient district today.
What would, just so I can give reference to this, what would be an inefficient number? We're low, but if you saw this number, that's kind of a red flag for you.
Sure. On the dollar per square foot, I've seen upwards of $3 a square foot. You all are less than half of that. I would say if I see $3 a square foot, I'm going to know that there's something that can be done there to lower that number. Yeah.
Okay. EUI was in Kentucky, high 40s, mid to high 40s is kind of average, so that gives you some context.
Yep.
Anything over that, we're saying there might be some meat on that.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our newest high-performing schools, they're down in the low 20s.
Mm-hmm.
But, and we've actually gotten some of those buildings into the low mid-20s through renovations like these. So there's a range there.
Perfect. Thank you.
And Safe Harbor is a little skewed. It's a really small building, and it's got heavy gas usage there. It's got an older envelope, so although it's high from an EUI standpoint, you're not spending a tremendous amount of utility dollars at that building compared to the other buildings.
And it's the gym. It's the gym specifically.
Yeah.
That is not energy efficient there.
Yeah, that gym has really old single pane windows, and like John said, the envelope just isn't good, so a lot of air leakage between inside and outside naturally is going to cause you to heat that space more as you're leaking, heat to the outside.
Perfect. Thank you for that context. That
Yeah,
helps.
absolutely. So Sarah's going to next talk about some of the existing conditions that we saw as we walked throughout the district. Yeah.
Sorry. So starting with your all's lighting in your buildings, all of your buildings have some percentage of LED lighting already, which is a great start. Whether that's 10% or maybe 100% like your new high school, there's a range for all of your buildings there. But again, great foundation to start with. Lighting is one of the first things we look at when we're doing a walkthrough of a building, primarily because doing a switch over to all LED lighting is going to be a tremendous help for your energy efficiency and your energy savings. And it's also going to have a really short payback term in comparison to some other work that's needed throughout the district. Then we have your HVAC automation, so the controls that make your HVAC equipment run. So kind of same story here. We have some newer controls, and we also have schools with some older, more outdated, inefficient controls. And the great thing about a newer controls platform is that your maintenance team is able to remotely pull up your HVAC system status from anywhere in the district on their phone or on their computer. And we actually got to see this with your team firsthand when we came a couple of months ago and walked your facilities. It was the first snow of the year. It was really cold. It was probably the first heating day of the year. And, you know, as Presley mentioned, we took their whole day. They were gracious enough to give us their time. But, you know, while we were taking some notes, taking some pictures, they were also able to just pull that up on their phone and kind of field cold complaints as they came in and address those situations from wherever we were at in the district, even if we weren't at the school with those problems. Then we have your HVAC equipment. So you have a couple of different system types throughout your district. So we'll start with your geothermal well field schools. So that's Huntertown Elementary School, which is about 17 years old, Simmons at 20 years old, and the middle school at 22 years old. So geothermal is the most efficient HVAC system type. It has a really long lifespan. So I know I threw a couple years at you there, but those well fields themselves still have decades left of life in them. However, their classroom equipment, so those water source heat pumps that serve all of your spaces, those are approaching their end of useful life and will be there in the next couple of years. So those are your geothermal schools. Then you have your VRF schools, so that's Northside and Southside Elementary School. Those are about 8 to 9 years old. Still a pretty efficient system, but we know just from speaking with your maintenance team that those are kind of the problem schools of the district. They seem to have a lot of issues there. And these schools also run on a refrigerant that can no longer be purchased new. So in the long term, as years go on, it's only going to be harder to find and purchase that refrigerant. So those are your VRF schools. And then you have Safe Harbor, which is kind of, again, on its own little island. That equipment is about 15 years old and still has a couple of years left of life in it. And then you have this building, the board office, which is a boiler cooling tower system. So it's very similar to geothermal well field, but it's not going to be as efficient and it's not going to last you nearly as long as that well field will. So the systems here, with the exception of the cooling tower that was replaced 6 years ago, everything else in this building is 28 years old, which is a pretty old for HVAC equipment. And again, that's just truly a testament to your maintenance team. We know how hard it is to keep equipment this age up and running and functioning for you all, so huge props to them. But kind of from our point of view, again, I threw a lot of years and dates and information at you all, but a couple of things stand out to us. First being this board office, 28-year-old equipment is well past its average useful life in terms of equipment lifespan. And then you have those geothermal schools as well. So again, the well field itself is in good condition, but the actual equipment inside of the building is, again, same thing, reaching that end of useful life, if that all makes sense. So next, moving on to project opportunity. I know Presley kind of spoke on these little pie charts earlier, but we wanted to bring them back now that we've kind of spoken through your need in your district, things that can be improved, and really just how this type of project gives you all the opportunity to reallocate money that you're already spending on your utilities and put it back into the needs and upgrades throughout your facilities. So an energy savings project could fund work like LED lighting or HVAC or controls equipment replacements. However, we know the need in the district is a lot higher than what these energy savings can fund, but it's a great starting point to kind of start knocking down that list. What we would hate to happen is for you all to kind of just kick this bucket down the road, 5-10 years, and then you have 6 or 7 schools with all failing equipment all at one time, which would not be very manageable, very overwhelming. So if we're able to, hit some of these things in smaller projects one at a time, it would hopefully kind of ease the stress off of you all and make it more manageable.
Do you have any kind of recommended schedule so obviously you've looked at everything that we have. Do you have like a recommended priority list and here's what we would tackle first, here's maybe the estimated cost for that? Do you guys build something like that we could see? Not right now, obviously, but
for sure. We definitely also want to take your all's priorities into
Right.
account as well. We know from our technical engineering, our point of view, this is what we would fix it. You know, the board office I said is up there, those geothermal well field schools are up there as well. So we would kind of walk through a process with you all of, this is kind of what we see, what do you all see, what does your maintenance team see, and where can those priorities kind of align, and kind of go from there down that process.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I was just going to add on to that there's obviously a financial side to that conversation as well. So making it manageable from a financial perspective, and not trying to put an unrealistic number in front of you or expectation in front of you. And just being able to plan that out over the course of years. And what we would do is evaluate the life cycle cost analysis of all of these schools. So if we are expecting this equipment to last 20 years, well, you don't need to replace it today, but you need to have that in mind when it comes to what time, when should we replace that equipment. I don't know if that helps, but.
One thing I'll add is whenever, it's kind of like buying a car. There's good, better, best. And now, especially this time with the ITC and Inflation Reduction Act that's out there, there's federal tax dollars that can be put towards the geothermal HVAC renovations that are actually making the first cost with those ITC dollars very similar to a conventional HVAC system, but there's a time component to that because you still have to have the first cost there.
Right.
So there's a range, but yeah, we would love to sit down and help chart that out and see what that looks like, and go through options and see what that could sound like.
And then we had this kind of a list of what we've done so far with the check marks next to it, and then what would the next steps in this process be. And I've mentioned that we've reviewed your utilities, we walked your facilities, and kind of walked through a couple different project scenarios. Our main goal of this phase is really to just find, is there an opportunity to fund meaningful work with energy savings? And I can confidently say that in Woodford County there is an opportunity for that, to fund meaningful work that would be funded from energy savings. So that's the main point of this phase, is to figure out, is there an opportunity, and confidently can say, yes, there is an opportunity out there to produce some energy savings and fund some of that work. But really this project is, and we've alluded to this, would just be a piece of the overall puzzle when it comes to upgrading Woodford County schools, from now until when. These are, living buildings that need to be taken care of over the course of time. And like Sarah mentioned, there's more need throughout the district than what can be funded directly with energy savings. And really the next step would be to help you all develop that roadmap, give you all some different options of how to phase out these different projects, and take into account what your all's highest priorities are and what we would recommend from a technical perspective.
Yeah, because you all are so energy efficient, you make our job hard. So
Yeah.
there's the starting point is lowered, but that's good news for you all because you're saving money every day.
Yeah.
But less energy savings dollars to leverage over a 20-year term.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd be happy to field any questions that you all might have.
Can you tell us, has there been or is there any cost to the district for the work that you've done so far?
Yeah, that's a great question. This has all been at-risk work so far, so there has been no cost to the
Okay.
district for any of this work. And that's, another great aspect of these projects is that really all of the development in terms of getting you estimates on scope of work, what we would be accomplishing, and budgetary numbers for that, all of that work up until you signed the contract, you've decided exactly what you want to do, you have a really good number in mind of what it's going to cost, you've signed on that contract, and then that's where the financial commitment comes into play. So up until that point, there's no financial commitment from you all for this project.
And do you have an anticipated, like an estimate of what a financial commitment would be to do this work in Woodford County? I know you said a lot of the idea is that savings as a result of these energy efficiency projects would fund the improvements, but then what would be the cost to your company for us? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, how will you make money, I guess is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we, at CMTA, along with developing all the different scope of work, it's really a turnkey project. So you all get a lot of advantages going to CMTA. For one, it's a guaranteed maximum price number, so there's no change orders, which I know is an issue on every other type of project. But we also provide a lot of services, so we'll have construction management on site every single day. So that's a CMTA employee that would be on site. We also guarantee the energy savings, so that's another service that we provide. Yeah, we're also very transparent and open book with our pricing, so any of the bidding process that we go through would be transparently presented to you all. You all would be able to look at all those numbers and from there make a more educated decision on if you want to proceed with any specific scope of work. Sorry, I couldn't get that out.
And this might be kind of putting the cart before the horse, and I apologize, and it's okay if you say, I don't know that yet. It's completely fine to answer that. But I guess my question is, as far as longevity, like how long would it take to recuperate the financial burdens up front, as far as like cost analysis, including your fees and kind of what you know about the industry and what you think your projected cost may be, for example, for the geothermal or replacing the remainder of the LED lights? When do we get over top of our cost
Kind of
burden?
when the break-even point
Yes,
is
yes.
what you're asking?
How many years would you say, or months even?
The way the projects are structured is that in Kentucky, the statute is that they can be 20-year projects. So, the savings are that green slice of the pie that then get opened up to make a debt service payment, that pays for the project. So, the longer the term, the more those energy savings can fund construction. So if you were to, for example, do a lighting project in the district, the lighting might have a ROI, return on investment, of 4 to 7 years, depending on what we do here. So for the remainder of that 20-year term, those lighting savings are actually funding HVAC savings or control savings or whatever other infrastructure upgrades you're wanting to make. So the goal of these projects is to free up dollars you're spending already and then have those savings fund infrastructure upgrades that don't pay for themselves in that year. And the overall term is like a 20-year term.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions?
No, I would just say thank you guys so much for coming and presenting this information. It's definitely nice to have, assessments and options and hear about our facilities and kind of have in the back of our mind, like what some upcoming needs may be. And also just to kind of have a different idea of how maybe things can be funded if we have to. And I do think that we're probably at the point where we may, it may not be a decision of doing or not doing it. It may be just we have to. So it's nice to have some ideas. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all very much
Thanks
for
for
having us today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for presenting.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, next we will move on to our budget committee presentation, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Jones to introduce.
I'm going to ask Mr. Joe Belford and Mr. Logan Nance, as well as Mr. Ryan Wilson, we're just going to have you sort of up here, and you can also, I'll let you just remind you can see the screen there as well as you're presenting if you need to, but I know you already have everything. But I did want to just do an introduction and just say that before applying for this position as superintendent, I've watched several board meetings over the years and studied the financial status of the district pretty extensively. And then the school board's charge to me was we have to have a balanced budget. We have to get our budget under control. And so that is actually one of my professional growth plan goals that I will be evaluated on as your superintendent. And I wanted to say that, just to give some context, I wanted to share this graph. And this, I'll have to tell you that this starts at 2016 and runs through 2026. But you can see the bars are there are fund balance at the end of each of those years, those fiscal years, and the percentage of our budget in that fund balance. And so I just wanted to paint a picture of our current reality, where we are as a district, as your superintendent. And so you can see that spanning from 2016 to 2026, our fund balance, which truly funds everything for our district that first quarter, before anything left over after we close out the fiscal year, we begin the new school year, those expenditures have to be paid from that fund balance. And that's one of the reasons that the state requires us to at least have a 2% fund balance. And so that's where that red line is. And so you can see that we have spanned over the years anywhere from, in some of the years we were down to like 18%, 16%, but never where we have been over the last 3 years. And I can tell you that Dr. Rayburn and I, along with this budget committee and several members of our central office, have gone through line by line by line of our budget. And I do want to publicly thank Dr. Rayburn, because he has stepped in, and I'm going to tell you that I cannot estimate the number of hours he has dedicated to helping us, helping me, helping our board really balance this budget. So if you see there, by the end of this school year, we are projected to have, and this is with savings that we have currently put into place, we are projected to have a fund balance of $1,992,980.62. If you notice, that is extremely close. That's the closest we've ever been to that state-mandated 2%. At that point, if our fund balance falls below the 2%, the Kentucky Department of Education will come in and they will take over management, financial management of our school system. I want to be sure that we're all clear on that, because that's our current reality. And so if you do the math, we are spending $3 million more than we need to spend. And so the following year, you can see that we would be well below. So 2027, if something is not done, we will be well below, and the state will take over our financial management. This school board will no longer have financial management of this district. So I want to be very clear with where we are. I also want to be clear that we are in an incredible school system. We are an incredible community. We have 2 cities who are unique and love our school system, and communities throughout this county that love this school system. We have a committed Board of Education. We have committed citizens. We have committed employees who absolutely go above and beyond anything I have ever seen. And I have been in some incredible districts, but this district is very special. And so I want us to understand our current reality, because we have the responsibility to ensure that this school system thrives for our students, for our staff members, and for our community. We do have a legacy of excellence, and we are going to ensure a future of opportunities for our students. And so this is a bump in the road, but it is our current reality, and we do have to take all of these things into consideration to make sure that our school system thrives. So I did want to mention before our fine budget committee folks share, our commitment, the budget committee, was to provide transparency, to analyze and truly look at trends, staffing comparisons, all sorts of data to really ensure our priorities were lowest impact that we could possibly make on classroom instruction, student-centered budgeting prioritization, maintaining as many current student programs as possible, like not eliminating any of our programs, but maybe needing to reduce but not eliminate. And then maintaining that step increase for our staff members, if at all possible. And so I'm going to allow our wonderful budget committee representatives to start.
All right. Again, I just want to thank Dr. Jones. As she mentioned, I can't imagine having to come into a new role and that be your first charge, your first task. But I commend her on her commitment and dedication to making sure that this was a very thorough and in-depth process. So the process that the Budget Committee went through, you can kind of see it's that statement at the top. I just want to read that real quick and just kind of highlight a couple key words that you'll see in that statement. So we were to provide a strategic financial recommendation to the Woodford County School Board. The committee's purpose is to analyze trends and provide transparency and to represent all stakeholder voices. Our goal is to identify opportunities for the operational efficiency and the best use of public funds. So just a couple key words I want to highlight in there. First of all is all stakeholder voices. You know, again, this was not a small group of people. This was a collective group of people that includes voices from administrators such as myself. We had classified staff, certified staff members. We had central office staff members. We had parent reps, community members. What was it, about 10 people or so? So all voices were a part of this committee. And so again, I greatly appreciate the collection of voices that were assembled for this committee. At the same time, I want to show or give my gratitude and appreciation for those people. We set some expectations within that committee, and you know, people showed up, they put in the work, and I think they did their due diligence to make sure that the recommendations tonight were met the needs of our district. The next thing is analyze trends. We looked at, like Dr. Jones said, so much data. We looked at everything from energy efficiency to SEEK funding. I learned a lot. I probably learned more in these budget committee meetings than I have in a long time, but really looked at every single possible data that we could have. And what I also appreciated that it wasn't just Woodford County people that we heard from. We brought in all sorts of people and allowed them to kind of look into Woodford County and to provide us some information and input, so it wasn't just one voice. And then lastly, transparency. You know, after every meeting, Dr. Jones put out her video to inform the public of what was going on at our meetings. We had the transparency link on the Woodford County webpage, so hopefully people were able to check that out. But again, just truly, you know, it's not an ideal situation to be in and not an ideal committee to be on, but I was truly proud to be selected to represent our administrators. And so hopefully what you are presented with tonight, you guys will understand and know that this was a lot of work and time and effort. So,
Mr. Wilson?
yes, ma'am.
I know we know who you all are, but I'm imagining that a lot of people are watching this video, so if you want to share who you are and where you, like what role you play in the district, I think would
So
be
my name's Ryan Wilson. I'm currently the principal at Huntertown. Sorry. I thought they remembered me from last time.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Joe Belford. I am a member of the community. I got recruited by Dr. Jones at a WEEF meeting. I'm the vice chairman of the Woodford Educational Endowment Foundation. I've been involved with WEEF for about 8 years now, first as treasurer, now as vice chairman. And I want to reiterate what Ryan just had to say. You know, Dr. Jones came in, got this great new job, and I think before she knew what was happening, she realized she had a really bad hand to play. And between her and Dr. Rayburn, she assembled a great group of people on this budget committee. She put us to work. And, I know there's some people who aren't thrilled with some of these things, and it was a tough situation. We had to make significant cuts. There was no one $3 million line item that we could just cut out. So, it was little, big, but, multiple things that had to be addressed, considered, and that was pretty much what we did. As far as the process, we met 4 times from the middle of September through just before Christmas, once a month, and that graphic right there, that pretty much explains what we did. At first, the first month was kind of an introduction. Who are you? What do you got going on? But explained what's happening with the budgets, the general budget, SEEK funds, the end of ESSER funds, which I know they've been gone for a little while now, but some of the problems that we have today within the school district are kind of left over from, maybe excess positions and things like that. But we got to know each other briefly, and we talked about the general fund, and we addressed that, we've got a job to do, and it's not going to be pleasant at times, but Dr. Jones and Dr. Rayburn, they looked under every rock that they could to find what we were, things that we could meet and, a cut if necessary. So that first one, the budgets, that was basically meeting number 1. And then the funding came in October, and we had basically an expert on SEEK funding. And, as you know, as the property valuations go up, the SEEK funding goes down. And that was, that obviously creates a big hurdle. So, and we talked about what people are making and things like that, because that was the biggest problem, was with positions and stuff like that. A big problem with the funding was what we ended up addressing in our third meeting was all our expenditures and stuff. And we found out that the, as far as revenue, I guess we could say they remained somewhat flat, but expenditures went higher and higher. And one of the primary things was salaries. We addressed neighboring counties, what they've got going on: Franklin, Fayette, Jessamine, Scott, who am I forgetting? Anderson. And, and in every aspect, Woodford County was right there as far as number of students in a classroom, number of employees in various roles within the district. Yet, the hole got deeper and deeper. Mr. McCown was quoted in the Woodford Sun probably, 6 or 8 months ago. Time flies, but basically that, it was just, there was no worry about spending more and more money. I know that Ms. Springate had a problem with, was that you? That was very right, and I think you hit the number on the head when you pointed out to the then CFO that the deficit was about $2.9 million, which was pretty much exactly what the deficit for 25 ended up being. So we addressed all these things, and the November meeting, we ended up, it was time to say, well, what should we look at? And Dr. Jones had a couple of poster boards up throughout the room, and we just did little Post-its saying, this one, what about this one, what about that? And we discussed it. There was agreement. It was interesting. It was a pretty cool process, actually. And then our final meeting, was the December, and she, you know, and transparency is something I feel she's really focused on, and she posted this on her transparency, which was the different components of what we addressed as far as the budget reductions. And, you know, some of them were small. Some, you know, it's like instead of each school buying their own school supplies individually, we're going to do it en masse for the whole school district. Some of them were tough. You know, I mean, there's people who their job got critically evaluated. And, you know, some of these will have to be cut. And, you know, no single group of, or, you know, individuals got pointed out and identified. There was no targeting or anything, but listen, it's $3 million, and it's a critical point right now. As Dr. Jones just pointed out with her graph earlier, you know, if we can't address this now, then what next, what happens next, isn't the best interest for Woodford County schools. And I wanted to say, everybody on that board committee, they did a tremendous job. If anybody's got a problem with our conclusions, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. I felt, you know, good about myself and us as a team when we left the room the final time. And I don't want to give you more work by any means, but if somebody has a suggestion or an idea that we didn't come up with, you know, there's a way to find out, to contact these people on the Board of Education. So, you know, I would think if you have something to propose, you know, this is the time to do it. So, anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it. Yeah. So my name is Logan Nance. I'm a parent rep that served on the budget committee process. I'm on the city council in Midway. I also serve on the SBDM in Northside, which means I have a problem saying no to stuff, as Dr. Jones took advantage of. But I'll keep it short and sweet. The gentleman did a great job of summing up the kind of the process for how we got to where we got. And, you know, I can just speak from my own personal experience, you know, coming into that meeting that first day. I expected I was going to learn a ton, but I thought it'd be a good opportunity to learn about the school budgets and what's going into it. And pretty quickly into that first meeting, I realized the enormity of the task that was actually set before us, that it wasn't going to be a fun experience. It was going to be a learning experience, but it was also going to be an experience that culminated in a lot of really tough decisions getting made. And the right people were in the room. I mean, there was a ton of people in there that came from other districts, as Joe said, that brought in a lot of great experience. And, you know, I think we were all really committed to making sure that we were willing to make the hard decisions, but we want to make sure that we kept the kids and their education at the forefront of every decision that was made, and that we didn't want to sacrifice Woodford County's competitiveness in the region. So how can we do those things and also make the really tough decisions? And after that third meeting, you know, we all left there really realizing again how big this issue is. And the task from Dr. Jones was find some things, like find some areas, you know, go back and scour over those budgets, look at the budgets for the other counties like Anderson and Franklin and Scott, and try to find areas where we can reduce. And that was the task. And then to Joe's point, we came in that last meeting with those sticky notes, with those areas that we had found. And I think we were, again, all committed to saying that this is not something we want to pass the buck on. This is not something we want to make next year's, you know, we don't want to do just a little bit. Like, if we're going to sit here and do it, let's do it. And let's solve the problem now so that we're not dealing with it again next year and next year and next year. So I think that was the goal, but it was a really eye-opening experience, you know, again, as a parent, to really understand, I guess, even on the city council, the budget here is just significantly more complicated than even like a city budget, just because of the different buckets and stuff. So really eye-opening process as a parent to know the reality of the situation, and that, yeah, that nothing we were going to do was going to make everybody happy. We had to make a lot of really tough decisions, as you'll see here today. But I think obviously that's the job, that's the role. We got to do that kind of thing, and when we're called upon it. So, but yeah, so hopefully, as you all have seen what we recommended, that you'll see again that none of it were easy decisions, but I think it puts us in a significantly better situation going forward. That's the goal, at least. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you all for sharing that. I think it really sheds a light to a lot of people just how complex this process is, and the fact that you all as a committee really dug in, learned the ins and outs of everything and where we are and where we need to be. Just really appreciate all the hard work that everyone put in. So, Dr. Jones, you.
So Dr. Rayburn will now we'll go through every recommendation one by one, and feel free to ask questions, board members, of course, for any clarifications, anything that you need from us, and then I will share my recommendations. So we've got the budget committee recommendations, and then I'll share my recommendations.
Had to get the camera ready. So board members, you should have in front of you the printed copy of the draft budget that is being shared tonight. All of these recommendations, all of these discussion points are in the budget. I have the budget next to me, so as soon as the slides come up, I'll show you my screen. I'll show you exactly where it is in the budget. You can make a note on your budget where it is, because our budget is 87 pages. So if you're trying to figure out where in the world does this exist in 87 pages, good luck, because I've spent the last few days scouring it and trying to find it. And so what you will not see in the draft budget is you will not see individual departments affected by this. We did a global reduction instead of going down to the nitty-gritty, which is what happens later. So to get started, I want to remind everybody of our strategic vision, which is stewardship is one of our pillars that we are proposing. And that means that Team Woodford commits to the careful and responsible management of facilities, operations, and processes. And underneath that stewardship goal is to have best practices for budgeting, purchasing, staffing, and maintenance to ensure stability of district assets. So as we go through our presentation this evening, I would like to encourage you to remember our pillars that we are working toward for our strategic goal and strategic vision.
Dr. Rayburn, I just had a quick question. This is the first time we're seeing any of this tonight. Is this going to be attached to the agenda so that folks can review this?
So I'm going to explain all of that.
Okay, thanks.
So as we go through this process, these are the three different budgets that the board is required to approve over time from January through the end of the fiscal or end of the budget year, not just the fiscal year, for the calendar year. The draft budget is due January 31st. It is not reported to KDE, and I'll get to that in a second. The tentative budget is due May 30th, and that is the one that you will see actual line items adjusted on the budget to reflect all of the changes that come over the next few months as we work through this budget process with the board and refining our practices and policies and procedures to reflect the tentative budget. And then we have the working budget, which is done after the tax rate is set and adjusted for any personnel changes or any changes that need to be done there for the working budget for the school year. This is set by KDE. So the January 31st budget is required, but we do not report this to KDE. So this does not get reported. I'm not going to upload this to any portal to KDE. The draft budget is simply to start the discussion for you all, to get you in line so that you can make an informed decision come May 30th, and hopefully before May 30th, but come that April-May timeline when we're setting salary schedules, when we're setting the next year expenses and stuff like that. This is to get you ready for that. So to your point, Ms. Springate, this wasn't uploaded because it wasn't ready until yesterday, because I wanted to give this ready to you here today so that you can then have until our actual board meeting to review it and ask questions. But this doesn't reflect any future tax increases or decreases or anything like that. This is keeping the revenue the same because we don't have that information to go off of.
That makes sense. And so I guess my question was, will this be attached so that our taxpayers, so that our community, so that our teachers, our staff can see it also after tonight, obviously? Okay, thank you.
We will also post it on the budget transparency page. So the draft budget reviews revenue analysis for actual versus projections, which we have some notes there, some increases and decreases in expenses, anything that's on the horizon, and not a whole lot of new information like I mentioned. So if you would like to compare what we had from 26 to 27, FY26, we had a beginning balance of 4.8 million with a contingency at the end of this school year to be projected at 1.9. Now you're going to look at your working budget and you're going to go, Dr. Rayburn, that says 2.7. You're exactly right. Okay. So what has happened is as we have collected our taxes and as we have collected our revenue sources and everything else, our projected revenue was lower than we projected it to be. So our contingency actually went from 2.7 down to 1.9. So this, we're pretty confident that this is the accurate contingency that we will have. We're hoping that we'll have more because everything that we cut from the time that we've started, I mean, we were down to 1.4 or 5 and we're up to 1.9 with our most recent cuts that we've made to discretionary budgets and line items to make that happen, but it is going to be less than what your working budget was approved, and that's due to forecasting budgets that didn't actually happen. So do know that is going to be a difference. So I took out the on behalf payments. As you know, the on behalf payments are not, they're there, but they're not there. So you can see that $10 million is not really reflected in our budget. We did have a balanced budget this year, but that balanced budget included dipping into our contingency fund. So as Ms. Springate has pointed out for many times, that's not balanced. And so you can see that between 26 and 27, the proposed changes that we're making increase our contingency from 1.9 to 2.8. So we're trending upward. We're not ripping the Band-Aid because we can't. We can't rip the Band-Aid and survive. I mean, we would be looking at a $5 million reduction instead of a $3 million reduction.
Can I ask a question? Just a clarifying question. So the projected contingency, and you're talking about the proposed cuts you've already made, is it the ones that you all have already looked at and made, not the ones that we are looking at
Correct.
Making in addition? So already the
FY26
progress has been here.
The changes that I was referring to earlier are only reflected like discretionary positions, not necessarily just positions, but budget line items that we have been like, we can push those off. We don't need those right now. Those positions that we aren't going to be renewing, that have, due to attrition, have left. We haven't filled back in. We've gained some of that contingency money back. So these are cost saving effects that we have done right now to impact us for next year. So
right now with the cost saving measures that we've already taken, the number is, I'm sorry, my computer is not working, so I'm like looking far away. 1.992, is that the
That's
change?
the current contingency.
Okay.
And so that would be on, if you look on your budget page.
You knew it was gonna happen.
I don't know. I'm sure there is, but. So you can see on page 86 of your budget, so if you needed to see where that lives, your contingency line items live underneath your expenditures right here at 5,300 on page 86. This is the current year, 1.99, and this is the projected year with this working budget, draft budget, sorry. So page 86.
Year's contingency for last fiscal year, but we saw that in an earlier chart, so I guess we can get that. I like when it has the last year, the current year, and then the appropriation, so you can kind of look at a timeline.
Yeah, so you would be at the chart that Dr. Jones shared earlier. And it could be budget code changes, that's why that doesn't reflect that. But you can also look at the screen, so I did take from the line item from here on our budget line, so this $50.3 million on page 86, as well as revenue shows up on page 3 at 40 or 50.3 there. So those, to have a balanced budget, you have matching revenue and matching expenses, not over or under, which is what we have with the contingency going. Because if your contingency is going down, you're going to have a balanced budget, but the contingency is actually going up. So that's on page 3. So your revenue stops on page 3, and then the next 80-some pages live in expenses. All right. The recommendations that are going to be shared tonight are on our one-pager that we have shared from the Budget Committee. These are Budget Committee questions that were asked, and I spent a lot of time looking over those and getting projections. Here they are. So all of these are going to appear on this page. Not everything that you'll see on this document will be in this budget. Do know that that's because we've taken some discretionary budgets to offset some of the, once this went live, we've had feedback and listening sessions with people, and those are reflections based off of here. So you won't see some of these line items on there because we've taken that already out and found that money to replace it in other line items that we could reduce. So you will see the reductions just in a different format. All right. The Budget Committee's priorities, I want to remind you that what they were: have the lowest impact on classroom instruction, have a student-centered budgeting prioritization, maintain as many current programs, and then maintain the step increase for staff. The maintaining the step increase for staff from FY26 to FY27 is an average of 1.5%, which is equaling $485,000. That's what your step increase costs you every year. So do know that that is given to each teacher and staff member for a completed year of service. They get that step increase, so that's an additional pay. So that rolls up automatically in all of the project codes. So if you're trying to go, well, he said that we were cutting this line, but it's really up. Remember, we did generalized budgeting for the draft, so you'll see the line item, but the budget will show an increase because of the step increase. It does that automatically per line item for staffing. And then the maintaining as many current programs as possible and the lowest impact on student instruction. From FY26 to 27, we will optimize staffing levels to align with state standards. This reduction is designed to minimize disruption and prioritize continued support for classroom teachers and students. The majority of the proposed budget cuts are from district operations, operating procedures through a collaborative review, and district central office personnel while reviewing neighboring districts. So the part of the Budget Committee was to review all of the districts around us and see what was happening, what's the state minimum, what is the requirement, and so forth. So now we're going to get into each of the line items, and then you can see that. So at our school levels, so we're going to start there. We currently offer one interventionist from the general fund. We have proposed to remove that interventionist with a net savings from each of the elementary schools. That's one per elementary school that is currently given, for a net savings of $260,000 to the general fund. That doesn't mean we're cutting that position. That means we would be looking for opportunities to find that position through a grant-funded position as well. Yeah, so that doesn't mean that we're cutting the position. That means we're taking it out of the general fund and finding a way for us to fund that position through different grants, title money, different other ways that we can support that. Then that would be, they would be a reduction of staff there.
That these positions be eliminated, and then hopefully we can bring them back, but if not, they will be eliminated.
Correct.
I do want to say that the Budget Committee did ask that this be identified as lowest on the priority list. In other words, you know, if we have to, but it was not there in their top recommendations.
Yeah. So these have also been prioritized for you as well.
What about site-based? If site-based has the money to go back and shift things around, like move a pot of money from here to fund the interventionalists. They have the capacity to do that within their individual budgets,
Yes.
correct?
So currently, if you look at the staffing formula, the staffing procedure that the board approves, that position, while it doesn't live on the current one, I'm an honest person to know that the board approved it. So the board has one position given, just like we give a music, art, PE, library, media specialist to the schools. That position can't be changed. They can't do anything with it. Site-based can't touch it. But if site-based decides that we need an interventionist or we need 2 interventionists, we can take money and transfer it and use school funds to support that.
Well, and to be fair, because I was a big proponent of this and really pushed for it and brought it before the board to get the approval. To be fair, I think if site-based councils and schools had the money for the interventionists, they would have been doing it already, and they clearly didn't, even though that was a huge need. And then, you know, also I think that it looks like maybe some of the cuts coming up deal with some site-based money and allocations. So, you know, it's not like they're getting extra money to be able to fund this. I think that, you know, this would definitely not be something I would like to see happen. I think that it's, you know, all of the things obviously on the list are going to be hard, but this one feels like it's really cutting into bone. And grants are down, title funds are down, we don't know what's happened with the federal government. So I think that, in my mind, how I think about it is if we remove this and we don't fund this, and we don't keep this a district level position, that our kids just aren't going to have this.
So currently, the district allows for 1 interventionist per elementary school.
Correct.
That does not come out additional in the budget.
Comes out of general fund.
Comes out of general fund.
Doesn't come out
Just
of
to make
school.
sure everyone tuning in
And
at
just
home
some,
is clear
yeah,
as well.
just some background and history.
Yeah.
This is something that we really pushed for learning recovery after the pandemic, where it.
I was on site base,
Yeah.
so I remember those things from that angle of it. So at Huntertown. So
All right, so the next proposed agenda item is custodial staffing. You'll see that at all levels. This was done a few years ago to take custodial levels from 1 to, like, they were just given custodians. And then a few years ago, we went to a square footage, so one custodian for every 20,000 square feet of the building space. And changing that from 1 to 25,000 only changes 2 positions total. And those 2 positions were the 2 positions gained when we made this cut, or when we made it this additive a few years ago. So to the two elementary schools, it's 2 positions at those elementary schools.
which 2 elementary schools will be impacted by that?
It would be Huntertown and Southside.
Thank you.
And so to be clear, what this will do is give less custodians at the school, even though they have a large number of students, and give them, we'll cut the number of custodians, so the custodians there would have essentially double the duties.
They would still maintain their, I mean, they currently have multiple custodians at each of those locations, so they would, basically all of them would have 3, so we're still, some schools are above that normal, that what they had a few years ago. Some schools only had 2.
And so are you taking into account the different numbers of students in the building and
Yes, the
those kinds of
staffing
things?
formula does that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So we're
Larger
looking,
buildings.
No, not buildings, I'm talking about students.
So as far as the custodial way that it's written, it is strictly square feet of the
Right,
building.
but 10 kids in 100 square feet is different than 100 kids in 10 square feet. So that was the only thing I was thinking.
Okay. So those are the 2 items there for elementary school. And then for middle school, we are looking at proposing a 1 to 29 ratio from teacher to students. They are currently at 1 to 27. That is going to be, sorry, forgot to put that on there. That's 2 teaching positions at the middle school level. And then again, the custodial square footage would be going back to 6 instead of 7. And having 8, 9, 10-year-olds in my house right now, I can't believe I just said that. But they, you know, I felt like I had to do like the 6-7 thing, you know. But the 6 positions at the middle school instead of 7, which is what they currently have. So reduction of 1 staff member there. And then at the high school level, we currently staff them at 1 to 22. we would be looking at 1 to 25. That is 4 staff members there, and then 2 custodial staff members. Any questions? So when the budget committee looked at all of these recommendations and look at the ratios, so just so you're aware, the ratio is 1 to 31 for the high school, and 1 to 29 for 6th grade, and 1 to 31 for 7th grade and 8th grade. And then elementary school does weird things. We are within that range of the state recommendation for class size for ratios already.
Can I ask a question? And this may be a site-based question and not, because I think it's important to not discount the role that site-based has in a lot of this budget and how this unfolds in the schools. Like we're saying one thing, but they have some determination factors in this too. When we look at the high school, let me say, it turns my stomach to think about the impact on jobs like that and the capacity to serve our children.
KT, I can't hear you. Impact
Oh,
on
I'm
what?
sorry. Let me yell.
Okay.
Speak up. I know that this is going to be a hard task, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around the information, so I apologize that I'm stopping and asking questions, but I just want clarity. When we look at cutting 4 staff members, for example, at the high school, is that a site-based decision on how that is allocated, or is that an us decision on how that is allocated? Do we just say 4 members are gone, and then the school decides what they need to do with those 4 members if they don't replace someone who's retiring, or what that looks like? Or are we saying, do we know who those individuals are? Not that it matters so much. I'm not saying like, oh, I want to keep Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves was my teacher. Versus, someone else. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm saying, is that like a history teacher because we need to cut versus an arts teacher or something, or a special education teacher, or is that a site-based decision on how that's allocated?
So the site-based council, along, of course, the principal being part of that, they look at how those, like we would determine, you all would determine as a board, how we staff, and then those allocations go to site-based, and then they decide how they're used in their buildings. And just a little bit of context, and I'll talk about this when I talk about my recommendations, but the high school is staffed at 1 teacher for every 22 students. The state cap is 1 teacher for every 31 students. And then those around us range from 1 to 25 all the way up to 1 to 31. So we're basically, the budget committee was given the reduction in terms of staffing at the high school could have ranged from, and if we went up to state cap, it would have been a reduction of 16 teachers. So that we have staffed very generously in the past because we value, obviously.
Right.
So that lets you know really that end of it is the lowest impact possible. And we will be staffed better than anybody around us still, by far, at the high school with the 4 positions. Yep.
So it could be a sense of individuals are not necessarily losing their jobs. People that may be retiring, for example, just may not be replaced. But that's a site-based decision.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I just, for those who are watching at home, I think that, because, I'm always the advocate and trying to give you the direction of where to advocate for. So I think it's great reaching out to us. We've had a good body of 1 representation reaching out to us. The proper channel would be to go to site-based. And as someone who served on site-based for many, many years, I think that it gets drastically underutilized, and the understanding of what your site-based reps do for you is of paramount in this process moving forward. After we make our decisions here, that would be your next step of advocacy and sharing your voice. And I encourage everyone to share their voice. I think that is incredibly important. I encourage you all to reach out to us directly. That is what your representatives are for. And your site-based people, your parent reps are elected individuals. So just keep that in mind as well. When you are seeing those positions come up for re-election, consider that. Consider what they bring to the table and how you can reach out to them, as well as your principals and your teachers that serve on those committees as well. So that's it. That's just my little plug.
All righty, thank you. So continuing on here, like Ms. Springate mentioned before, adjusting the student allocations for Section 6 funding from $147 to $100 for the school levels. And then we are currently doing a Flex Focus match, which is not required, and that's a Section 7 allocation. So anything in Section 6 is the requirement. That's what we're supposed to give. And anything in Section 7, that's a gift to the schools. And so that would be taking back that Flex Focus, which at one point was required for a match, is no longer required for a match, to maintain Flex Focus requirements there. And so that would be the final. And then the last one would be.
Could we go back to that slide really quick? The Section 6, Section 7. That just sounds absolutely detrimental to school budgets, to make that drastic of a reduction. So can you remind me again how much we get per pupil with state SEEK funding?
It's in the SEEK funding. I'd have to look it up. I don't have it off the top of my head.
It's like 4,200.
I mean, you're saying that we get $4,200 per kid, but that also implies that we're not paying.
No, I'm not implying
yeah.
anything. I'm just kind of asking, because when
Yeah.
I was on site-based, that was one thing that we were really interested in knowing. So the state's getting this much per pupil, maybe 4,200 or whatever the number is, and we're, wanting to do per pupil allocation with the site-based Section 6 funds of moving from $147, which doesn't seem super generous, and cutting that down to 100. And I understand that's allowed, legislatively. I guess, is that the lowest number it can go? But as someone who served on site-based, I mean, I understand they didn't have lots of extra money. Parents bring in paper. We bring in markers and Kleenexes for teachers. So it's not like they're just kind of rolling in money at $147 per student, and to knock that down to 100 and then take all of the Section 7 just feels like cutting bone.
Yeah.
Just an observation.
I mean, everything we're doing here is hard. These are hard conversations that we have to have, and unfortunately, these are conversations we have to have. So.
And I will tell you, Ms. Springate, when we've compared what we are giving versus districts around us, most districts around us are giving that. They're doing the $100 to the school. Yeah.
All right, so the last thing at the school level would be, currently we have some random pots of money that are going toward team sports, academic, for travel support. While that wouldn't be that copied over it, that should be, look and see what that would be. I think it's $60,000, not $188,000. That just didn't copy over correctly. That would be on page 84 of your budget, just so that we all know that I'm not making up a random number here. 66,000. That would be, so for whatever reason over the past few years, this has had a $0 balance historically. This has now been added to the budgets from the school levels. So I'm not saying it wasn't needed, and it's not needed. It's just something that wasn't there a few years ago that is there now for. So that's just a general observation that we made to that.
So that 188,000 would be the 66,000, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And it would have the code. What is that code number? 000109 8095 up here at the top. So that just didn't copy over. When I post this online, I'll update that code.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask this question. Is that on the sheet?
I don't think so.
The travel assistance? It's not on here. But we're looking at, right now, we have 100,000. We're looking at reducing it to what? I'm sorry.
Taking away 66,000, which is what has been added.
Okay, so we would take away 66, and that's our.
That's what the board is giving to teams and sports and academics and other things that for travel.
Okay, so that's just a flat cut, and then the athletics, other programs
that-
would decide how that gets divvied up. Their normal funds get divvied up.
Yeah, those funds didn't exist until 2 years ago. So it would be taking that back that we gave 2 years ago.
Do we fund free and reduced lunch, field trips, and travel expenses, correct?
Yeah, so these would be outside of that.
Okay, and how does, like, our rates of free and reduced lunch, do we get reimbursement from the state for those expenses that just comes out of the district?
Yeah.
Okay, so they would take that money would easily be allocated first for travel, right? And so the variant of that year to year may impact what's remaining to offset the other
And
expenses,
so it's not
correct?
saying that we can't, once we have a good grasp over this, that we can't add this back. And anything that we're adding can't be added back in September when we have a full, good working budget. Like, so if we decide in September that we have more of a surplus than where we currently are, we can always put that back, but right now I would not advise keeping it in the budget.
No, I'm not asking that. I was just wondering how the variance of free and reduced lunch, how our district, because I know we have transient individuals on free and reduced lunch and those who are not on free and reduced lunch, and how that can maybe impact the overall look at some of these expenses that are impacted by that. We would have to pay out more costs, I guess is what I'm saying, with the higher free and lunch.
Historically
reduced lunch
looking,
number.
this is not impacting free reduced, this is impacting athletics.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, but this
I'm
is
not
a
giving-
different thing. It's not that at all. This is just money that somebody put in the budget a couple years ago that we didn't really know was put in the budget, that is mainly, it sounds like, for sporting events.
Yeah.
And so
Let
we didn't even
me-
know it was there.
Let me ask this question again. So and this is just me trying to understand the meat and potatoes of every single situation that we're in. I'm not questioning it or anything like that, just a depth of understanding. So this is for travel expenses, including field trips,
No.
like things like FCCLA,
No,
or is it just athletics,
Yeah.
travels expenses, and that's it?
When I historically look at what was been done over the past 2 years, it's just been athletics.
Okay, because it says academic travel support,
That's
that's why I
what
was
it's
wondering.
listed as in the line items, but
Okay.
historical has been athletics.
Got it. Okay, so this money is just for athletics. I guess my question was, that answers my question, I think, in some ways.
So
Because I think about field trips and that sort of thing, that is being more general. So this is not that.
Mr. Chairman, to respond to Ms. Springate, she said that that money was put in there without any knowledge of board members. He's brought up several things over the last 4 years. Was that the only one, or you all knew none of this?
We did not have a lot of budget or financial discussions, and we had Mr. Brickler being the third vote for, over a year to not even have any financial discussions about monthly financial reports. When we talked about budgets, there was a lot of screaming and name calling and, ending of the discussion. So that I think that really the public was misled, the board was misled. There was a lot of stuff in the past that really should not have happened, that the board, as an elected representative, we should have done better. We should have done our job. We should have provided the oversight. So I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better. But I also think there were some things that the administration did that we just had no idea was going on.
100%.
So that's my perspective.
But I'm not saying we, because I wasn't here, but hopefully everyone knew about the 10% raises, and everybody knew about the 4 interventionists added, the
Yeah.
substitute salaries going up.
Yeah, we would know about things, but we would be given incorrect numbers. So when you're given incorrect numbers, you don't really know. If you're told, oh, listen, the tax rate this year is going to cover all of these raises, it's going to be great, it's going to be evened out, we're actually going to have some left over. And for that to not be true then really impacts just moving forward. And of course, when it's reoccurring expenses, it just compounds.
And all of these expenses were reoccurring.
A lot, yeah, it looks like a lot.
All the ones I've heard have been reoccurring. Okay, I just was trying to clear that up.
And we've never gone through the budget since I've been on the board. We've never gone through line by line like this. So I just want to say, first off, I appreciate this because we haven't done it before, so.
And Ms. Springate, $2,817 per pupil is SEEK. $2,817. $17. That's our per pupil SEEK.
That's our current funds, not what we know. We don't know what's going to come out of the budget
Correct.
this year for the
That's on the
state.
calculator from this year,
Okay.
2,817 after the local effort.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think I was thinking about the overall number and not after the local effort, which definitely is something we need to consider.
Yeah. So some of these changes, they don't have dollar values to them. These are operational changes that we're going to be asking the board to look at, and just also some general board knowledge that maybe not necessarily board purview, but just board knowledge on budgetary purposes. Looking at ways to be energy saving here and consolidating space here to allow for certain areas of the building to be maintained but not heated, cooled, and electricity being used on a regular basis are some of the things that we're looking at from a district level with Dr. Jones, looking at how can we consolidate but still use that. And then the next thing on here, so there I did put a $20,000 one because that is kind of what we're seeing as a current one, but I believe it could be more. $20,000 reduction in energy usage for this building, but it's currently not reflected here because I don't feel comfortable putting a fake number in just to put a fake number in. The other thing that's here is we currently allow our 260-day employees to accrue 80 days of vacation days. So they get 20 vacation days. This was a change in practice from 2023, I believe. The FY23 is when that changed. They used to get 10 vacation days, and then they would get another day every year after so many years of service to the district, not coming in with years of service. And then that was changed by the board in a procedural change or policy change to allow 20 vacation days from the very beginning. It also is board policy that we pay those out at 100% at the time of leaving. So separation of duties, we pay that employee, that's 260-day employee, out that vacation days. So I did some math just so in case you wanted to know. And this is not a make-believe number. If we were to have every single 260-day employee leave at their last payroll, so not if they left today, but this would have been as of the January 10th payroll, it was over $300,000 that we would pay out that we do not have budgeted. That's a huge liability to me in the district, and I don't feel comfortable having that huge of a liability. So what I'm going to propose in the coming months, Dr. Jones and I are going to propose a policy change to that one to take that back down. They were allowed to carry 40 before, and go to a policy that reflects that. That would be a board action item that would be there. It doesn't have a budget, but just so you know, like it was around $40,000 already paid out to employees who have left this school year. So, and we don't have that budgeted. It's not in a line item. You won't see it in there. Actually, you will see it for $1,000. For whatever reason, there's $1,000 budgeted for it. But that's a huge liability that I don't feel comfortable keeping the district in that shape. So we will have to make out a payout program for the employees who have above that 40,000, or come up with a solution for them, just so that we're transparent. But the new policy would not include 80 days of vacation. And I mean, I don't know any employer in the private world that allows you to have 80 days, nor do I know very many school districts that allow you to take 40 days on top of that.
If we do that, can we, and maybe this is not the time to talk about the policy, but can we encourage going ahead and using some of those days and working with supervisors to say you're going to, work to let your people off, so those days can be used? Because it's hard to lose your vacation time that you have accrued and not have the capacity to be able to use it for fear of being, told
And the
no.
other thing that we have to look at in the operations management side is we want to make sure that our employees are using it. But we also want to make sure that our supervisors, our managers, are looking ahead to say, okay, for instance, Dr. Rayburn knew that we were having snow back in December. Was it December? He looked ahead and said, okay, we know that crews are going to have to come in and work, so we're going to flex out some time this week to let those people come in on the weekend rather than paying time and a half. So that's a management side of that. But in terms of the policy, yes. And our neighbors, they're around the beginning at the 10-day mark, and then earning more vacation days for the years that you put in the district, and then only having so many days that carry over.
So those would be policy changes coming after this. Like I said, these are non-budget things, but they do impact the budget because, I mean, I can budget $300,000 out to be just safe, but that's not fair either.
I did want to just reiterate, thank you so much for the information, for the numbers, for the honesty, for looking at things. I really just appreciate it so much. And then just as a side note, when we do things like this, and so you're talking about folks taking the days, which is great, then that also affects other parts of the plan, other parts of the reductions. And one thing I think that we really need to be aware and cognizant of is if we're going to have a lot of folks out, we really need to make sure that we are paying our subs, our long-term subs, our experienced teachers, our retired teachers, that we are not, you know, hurting on this end and then hurting on that end too. So we really need to be a happy middle. So if we know we're going to be having a huge need for subs because we're making changes to this particular piece of the puzzle, then I think we just need to be aware of that, and I just wanted to say that.
And
Yeah.
this would be 260 days.
Yeah.
So these individuals,
These are classified.
yeah, this would not be teachers. Yeah.
Non-sub
Yeah.
positions. But I do not disagree with you, Ms. Springate. All right, so some other things that you'll see that was mentioned by one of the presenters, I can't,
Mr. Belford.
Mr. Belford.
Belford.
Belford, sorry, mentioned the centralized purchasing. So utilizing purchase agreements and bulk purchasing for certain items instead of just giving schools, you purchase this many items, you know, housing them there at central office, housing them here, and then having the schools buy them from us type of thing instead of you paying for the single thing there. So that's something that's coming. The last one, and I put this on here just so you know, our interest rates. So we get interest payments for money that's in the bank. That has helped us a lot in the past, specifically with the high school project. We had a lot more money in the bank at the time, and the high school project brought in more money because of the interest. So it was very beneficial for us to take that money from the high school project and put it back into the high school project so that we could have additional funds there. That's not going to be able to continue. Like we can take that money and put it in the general fund instead of putting it into the high school project that's wrapping up hopefully soon. And just so you know, our current interest rate's 2.3. Last year it was 3.3. So we are down interest rates. We don't set those. The federal government does. So, but we are required to have a bank that is, it does have a interest program. So if we had two banks, one had one didn't have one, we're required to go with the bank that does. So also keep knowing this does not impact the schools. So we are not going to take the interest payments from the schools. They do use those for certain things. It's additional money for budgeting appropriately. So this is another recommendation that was on the lower end of the budget committee recommendation. And that first number is 86, should be 89, but it's $89,900 or $600 for the 1% 403B match. And we are one of the only districts around. Like, I don't think anybody around us does it, if I remember correctly from my research on it, but the very few districts actually do this 403B match. Uh-oh, Dr. Jones, you're moving things around on me.
I'm sorry. I was trying to fix it.
It's live. It's live.
Okay,
You moved it around on me.
That's the undo button.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Go back. Go back.
There you go.
Okay. So the 403B match, it wouldn't necessarily impact this year because we wouldn't want to stop that on employees doing it this year. But that is something moving forward. And then our natural gas, we have budgeted 119, and I don't think we're going to get there, especially because our budget this is the biggest gas hog that we have, this building here. And when we budgeted it, we had students sitting in this building, so we don't have that many students. We have very few students in this building anymore, so I think we can reduce that budget down. And we've given a nice little allocation toward it, but I don't think we need as much as we had budgeted there. So those are operational changes. Lastly, we have tech devices that are budgeted in there that I think we can remove. And not that we are removing from purchasing, but using CETS funding to purchase some of those devices. So taking those out of the general fund purchase, not all of them, we can't take all of them from the general fund, but some of the budgeted items for tech devices could be moved to the CETS funding, which is given to us by the state. And then we budgeted debt services. We don't have debt services to our general fund anymore. So that it doesn't need to be there. So that's a nice little wash that under the rug, and it still helps our overall, but we don't have to worry about that.
Can I ask a quick question about the tech devices? On the second sheet that we have, which I'm hoping this will also be attached for the public to be able to see, it says reduced paid cell phones to only emergency/essential and unsubscribe from MiFi devices. And I just wanted to make sure, I know Ambrose, you were a huge proponent and a huge reason that we were able to make sure that every student in Woodford County had internet. And sometimes that came through these MiFi kind of devices, and I want to make sure that this is not going to be taking the MiFi devices away from the students that have no internet or no access to internet unless there's a plan to replace that internet, because obviously nobody can even be a student now without, you know, some kind of Wi-Fi or internet. And I just don't want to like do a double whammy to our most vulnerable populations.
So full transparency, this line item doesn't, but that is something that we are looking at not continuing.
Those are different tech devices
yeah.
than what we're talking about.
So that would be an 0650 device, not an 0651. Partially because we are not having, so we get a huge influx of MiFi devices around NTI. And that's the only time we are actively using it. Now, that's not saying that there aren't kids that are using them, but we are paying for services that, you know, we're spending about $20,000 on MiFi devices alone. And I just want to let you know, like, I asked all the other tech directors in our region that we have a monthly region. They're like, I can't believe you're still paying for that post-COVID. And I recognize that that is the case, but that is something that is a nice service and that we have done it for them in the past. But that's not something that maybe we should be continuing, especially with the city and this county working on connectivity as one of their main priorities and getting families connected to the internet. Whereas 5-6 years ago, that was not even an option. You live out in near the river, you're not getting internet down there, but now that is working with the city, that is in the county, that is something that is actively, and the state government is providing funding for that connectivity through the state. So
What about those students who can't get internet?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What about the ones that can't afford it, that don't have capacity? I think that we have to look through the lens of others in that sense. And if we're gonna offer things, one, career and college readiness, our high schoolers should have internet in some capacity always. I'm assuming that because most of our curriculum is now on a Chromebook, you have to have internet to access, those things. Doing homework, you have to have access. We will completely put our students at a deficit. They also don't have the capacity to drive, so it's not like you can run into town and hop into Starbucks and use their Wi-Fi or go to the library even. Some may, but if you live in the rural areas of the county, that's a significant haul, and there's no connectivity as far as like, you know, a bike trail from out McCowan's Ferry or, you know, McCracken Pike to where they need to be able to utilize those things. So I just wonder, and I understand it's a significant cost, but I also think that unless we're going to adjust our curriculum and stop paying for everything to be online and everything being through a Chromebook, we have to give students access to internet service if that's the expectation. It's a basic need at this point in time for education.
and it's really easy to look through the lens of the what ifs, but when you're looking at the reality that we have 40 people on MiFi devices, they're not high school students, they're only for NTI days. Like there are high school students on there, yes, but they are not the majority. And when we're spending $400 for a student to have internet for potentially 10 days of school, like that's
But I don't think they just use it for 10 days.
I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah. Well,
So could we, I think it would be good for us to get the actual numbers for
Yes.
you all and the usage. Would that be a good thing for
That'd
you
be
to have?
wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess that's my question too, when you mention working with the city to gain, there's a difference between an access point and to be able to spread internet access, which may alleviate some of those 40 people that now they have connection. But can we reach out to, like, oh gosh, what am I trying to say? Community Action Council and see if they have any funding, or anywhere in the community to see if they can maybe fund some resources.
I mean, the
those
government
areas.
offers resources as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're on SNAP benefits, you get you get devices being on SNAP benefits.
Right.
That's not coming from our funding, that's coming from their funding, and that is something, so it's just public, using the public services that are available to us. But I agree with Dr. Jones, that's on this agenda item as well, just so we're all know.
Thank
that's
you.
not
I
on.
appreciate that. Yeah, that's good information to have. Well, and I also think too, because we don't know what's going to happen into some of those funding cuts for, like, for example,
Right.
SNAP benefits that are coming up, especially with this legislative session and all that sort of thing. If we just had the capacity to make sure our students who do not have access, and we can work with our family resource coordinators or school social workers to help alleviate and maybe determine those numbers would be helpful.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that you know this, but that it happens already. And truly, we have to think about this as this is one bucket of money. This is our general fund. So again, going back to what we said before, we have to think about, and it is your task as a board to really think about what comes out of that fund versus what comes out of other funds.
Well, I also think when we were looking at our free and reduced lunch numbers and kiddos being our most vulnerable in our community, and we continue to talk about that population in particular, that would be the population that could potentially be using these MiFi devices. And if we take that away from them, we're going to decrease their capacity to reach their full potential learning and be able to do things like a Google search or something of that nature.
Getting
So-
those usage numbers will help a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't
But
mean to
again,
belabor this.
I just want
Yeah.
to remind everybody here that that's not on the table.
It's on my recommendation.
Yeah, it's on
Yeah.
the recommendation here.
Yeah.
But like, as far as in this budget here, there's still budgeted for that. So,
we're good right now.
Yeah,
And then just to follow up with that, I do think it would be really important for us to see exactly, you know, maybe in pie form, pie graph form, something, just exactly what are the numbers for the general fund. I know we've got the large document and we can sort through and pull those out, but it would be nice to see exactly what are we spending on staffing, exactly what are we spending on instruction, exactly what are we spending on these little discretionary things. And I know that pennies do add up to make dollars, and I get that, but I do think that sometimes it might be easier to say, well, you know, what positions do we have that maybe are not in the schools, that are maybe, you know, I don't know, administrative or central office or whatever level.
yeah, we're only halfway through, just so you
Okay.
know.
That's part of this. That's coming up.
So, all right, so the staffing changes, this is taking the certified base from 188 to 187. That would be the cost savings of 102,000. We currently give every certified staff member a base pay of 188 days. That is for, technically it's been given by the board for the Best Practice Academy. It's not saying that the Best Practice Academy couldn't still happen, but that was gifted from the board several years ago. So that would be taking that extra professional development day back, not student days, but that's an additional professional development day. That would come off of that for the 102. And then shifting some positions from general fund to grant money for that savings there. I've gone through all of the grants, and we're gonna have to do some cleanup on our grants, but shifting people from there to those grants to allow that funding to not come from the general fund for that.
Let me go back to something. The days, that could also be one of the work days. It could be it could be a staff work day or Best Practice Academy.
Correct. I was
Yeah.
just giving
Yeah. As an example.
the example where that extra day came from was a best practice day.
Yeah.
So does that just essentially mean that like everybody gets a cut in pay? All the certified folks get a little cut in pay?
Yeah, so our daily rate for certified is $318.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I just think it's really important, and even going through the list, even after tonight, you know, because I'm going to want to talk to my constituents, obviously, and just kind of go through, since most of the information we're just kind of now seeing, and then that's going to be online so folks can see it, teachers, everybody can kind of see it, staff, parents, students, that that we're able to like really just kind of understand exactly what that means. Because sometimes I think like when it says something, you're thinking it's one thing and it's another. So I appreciate the clarification, like with the MiFi and all of those kinds of things. So thank you.
And I will say too, I think as we consider this, and to echo Ms. Springgate's point of listening to the community, and that's not getting on Facebook, that's responding directly to us and giving us input. I think that that's incredibly important. I do read the Facebook posts. I do sit on my fingers and not respond, but I am reading. Not every elected official does that. So it's important to reach out to them directly, not a dig on anybody else, but that's important. That's not necessarily the best communication route. I will say, in consideration of something like a reduction in pay from a 188 base pay to a 187 base pay, some may say that that matters more to them versus, you know, having less staff in their building or vice versa. So I think it's really important from the lived experiences that you all are having, I speak not just to those in the room, but those who may be listening online, that it is crucial for you all to reach out to let us know how this directly impacts you, because we want to take we have to cut the budget. We have to. All of this is challenging and hard. But what matters the most? How does it impact your workday? How does it impact our kids, parents, guardians, those in the community? How does it impact you? So I think that that's an important piece just to keep in mind and remember.
All right, thank you. So then the certified substitute pay, looking at the daily wage threshold, which is, so the daily wage threshold, this is for retirees. So anybody that has retired from teaching, that has is a certified teacher at retirement, or has a certification that is retired, can get their daily wage threshold, which is set by KTRS. So the teacher retirement system tells us how much that they would make for that daily wage threshold. So they can't make more than that, but they can make up to that for whatever services they're providing to the district. Our current practice is $300, up to $300. That is down from last year, which I believe was it $350 or $400? Do you remember? $400? Yeah, it was $400 last year. This year we're at $300, and we're proposing a reduction to $225, which is still more than all of our surrounding districts. Fayette County is the most at $200, so we would still be above that.
Dr. Rayburn, with the anticipated or estimated savings of $200,000 annually, can you tell us how you came up with that? So did you take a look at the number of retired teachers that served as substitutes over the last fiscal year, or how do we come up with that number?
Yeah, so we get I have the ability to pull a report of how much each month the subs are costing us, and I can see which subs are which, and then we can see what our non-DWTs are versus our DWT subs, and we can see what that savings would be. And it's an estimated, it's not guaranteed, it's all based off whether teachers come to work or not, and everything, but it's our sub cost over the last few years has increased significantly, and I can provide that if you need to see that, how much it's cost.
I guess, so was it a look at this year at the $300 rate and then annualized out based on what's already happened, or was it a look at, can you be a little bit more specific about the time frame?
So it was so we started this 2 years ago as a way to get our subs. So I started then, and then this year, and looked at who's currently subbing, what are they subbing, how long are they subbing for, and everything, and just, it's an estimation. Like I can't guarantee anything, but I can say like we might save around that price, because if you take it what we paid for 2 years, well, pre-COVID, so I went back pre-COVID, I didn't do anything with COVID land, and then what we pay now, it's one of those things that it's not super easy, because you can't pin tell on when somebody's going to be sick, but it is we have a $1 million certified salary for substitutes budgeted.
What is the cost of a non-retired teacher, like if I wanted to go sub today?
$120.
$120.
And then we have, Garrett, do we still have, is it 145 for a rank? Yeah, so we have a $120, and then we have a $145, and then we have the DWTs.
And that's for how many? That's 7.5 hours, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a quick question, and not to be glib, but, you know, with the shortages that we saw, I mean, there was a reason that there was an increase in this cost. There was a reason that we raised that rate, was due kind of to the shortages. And so I'm wondering if that's still a problem?
We are not seeing the problem that we had before.
Okay, so we're not seeing the problem with shortages at this point?
Garrett, are you seeing? No.
Okay, and do you think that's partially because we have the retired teachers that are kind of coming in and taking some of those challenging, long-term, you know?
It's not just that they come in for one day. I mean, that does, like, we are getting a great crop of teachers, and I'm not discrediting what they are bringing us. I'm just saying we are paying them $100 more than a district that's not, well, their budget isn't great, but like next door, $100 more.
No, I understand, but I also understand that like our discipline referrals are down, folks are happier, the cultures are better in the schools, and I think a lot of that has to do with when your child doesn't go to school and have a different substitute that you don't know, you know, that doesn't have that kind of experience and ability in the classroom with the management, and also just with the ability to teach kind of the subjects. So we're seeing really good results with discipline being down and with, you know, reading, math scores, those kinds of things kind of being up. And I know it's not 100% due to the subs. I don't believe that. I'm not foolish. But I also think that, you know, if we don't have subs and we can't open our doors a day, that costs a heck of a lot too. So I know it's a balance, and I appreciate the information, and I appreciate all of the balancing that the folks on the committee did. So I'm not trying to be glib or flippant, but I do think that, like, sometimes you have to look at the little picture, and sometimes you have to look at the bigger picture, and you always have to look at how things fit together.
Well, also will say, I think especially for our long-term absences like maternity or paternity leave, having a certified, a retired teacher rather, I'm sorry, in that position is much more valuable than having someone who maybe has no experience. I don't think, I mean, even though I have education experience in higher ed, I don't know that you want me in your classroom for 2 months versus having someone who has had plenty of experience, right? That's the no-brainer choice, right? And someone, as a parent who has a student that has a long-term sub currently right now, I'm very thankful that they have the experience that they have to be able to teach that class for an extended period of time. And I think that that's the value in that.
Which is really truly why we believe that they should be paid more. And we do value that tremendously. My mom is a retired teacher. She subs, and she does an incredible job. Not in this district, but to be clear. But, you know, we were trying to look at being competitive. But we also know that we are so blessed in Woodford County to have great classrooms, great students, great leaders. And a lot of the subs that I've rounded with have said, you know, as long as the pay is competitive, and we've even had some reach out and say, we feel like $225 would be a good point. So.
Yeah, I would much rather, as a classroom teacher, have a retired teacher
Every day.
Any day and every day. All right, so some of these things you will not see exact details because that information is going to come to you later. So just know that this information is being shared as a holistic thing, but in a closed session later down the road, Dr. Jones will share more on what this is exactly going to look like. But for central office, it is all departments are going to take a reduction. So not just one, all departments. And that, I can't really get into exactly those because that is one person, one position. You know, I don't want to get into that without Dr. Jones having the opportunity to explain that to you all in a closed session so you can know a little more of what her plan is. But having been shared a little bit about that, I will say that this was a lot larger in transportation, and I did work with Dr. Jones to lower that. So instead of, I believe we originally said we were going to have to reduce half of the monitors, we are going to have to take some monitor reductions on the buses, but not a full half like what was originally thought, by cutting out some of the other discretionary funds that we have used there. So I do
I'm
want
glad to
to make
hear
that clear.
that you're able to reduce, because when you, and I'll admit, myself and other parents, when we saw the half monitors being reduced, that was a little alarming. So what you're saying is you don't feel that it's going to be that significant of a number?
I do not.
Okay.
I can't give you an exact number,
Sure.
but it would probably not be more than 10 positions. And, really we have to look at what is required. It's required to have somebody over the age of 16 on a bus that has preschoolers. That's what's required by law. And so a 16-year-old could potentially be a monitor according to the state. Should a 16-year-old be a monitor? Probably not. And especially the way that our schools are timed, a 16-year-old would have to be, or 16 and above would have to be leaving school early to be that afternoon rider. They could do it in the morning, but they couldn't do it in the afternoon. And so also our monitors would be prioritized if a bus has a preschooler on it, which is what our current practice is. They are required to have a monitor on that bus. So that is the requirement there.
And I get that that's a requirement. I understand that requirement. I think that not every route has the same behavioral concerns. And so I appreciate the fact that we're changing that number as well, because if we're just allocating those to that situation in that state-based scenario, we could really be leaving our bus drivers and, of course, every child on that bus in a very vulnerable position. So I think that is a safety concern for me.
Let me add this too to that. Currently, we have monitors on 100%. Every single route that we run. The district closest to us has 30% of their routes with monitors, just to give you some comparison. Yep.
I did have just a couple questions. I appreciate having information about the surrounding districts, but I do think that, when people move here and live here and send their kids to school here, there's a certain expectation. There's a huge amount when you sign your tax check that goes to the schools. When you look at that, sometimes you're like, all that goes to the schools. And so I do think that it is valuable to know what other districts are doing. I do think that, there's a standard and there's an expectation. And so I know we have to kind of balance all that. But I had a question about the staffing reductions. It says all departments. So what exactly does that look like? Are you doing a certain percentage? Are you doing a certain number of staff, certain number of, what exactly is included in that? What's that mean?
So we've compared, the budget committee as well as our staff have compared our staffing in all of our central office departments. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so
that is on the website, just
yeah.
so it's on the transparency.
You can see our comparisons to everyone around. And I'm not again, I hear what you're saying. We do have a high standard. We also need to cut $3 million from our budget. You know that as well as I do. So, it'll be your job to figure out where that comes. And if one thing is eliminated, where does it come from in another place, right? So, I don't need to legally talk about any of that personnel in an open session, but it would be a reduction based on the size of our departments versus per students versus what other school districts staff their central offices at per student.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is reductions like at central office, with administrators, with bus monitors, with teachers, with staff, with everything in all departments, and it's cut by a certain
This is all
formula?
departments at central office.
It's central office. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wasn't
This is
clear.
central office changes.
Gotcha.
Can I ask just a request for when we do have this conversation? Can you, and I don't know if you feel comfortable doing this, so I apologize if it's too much.
Most of this will have to be discussed in
It'll have
closed
to be
session,
closed
but you
session.
can
No,
at least
no.
pose your question
No,
here.
here's
Yeah.
my question. No, it's not a,
Yeah.
give me an answer. This is a question. When we consider looking at this restructure and the cuts, can we estimate an impact of like, this position could impact direct service to our children in this
yeah.
way?
Absolutely.
And have an overview of kind of what that
Absolutely.
looks like?
Sure,
Okay,
absolutely.
Thank you.
And then just to double check, I'm not sure, I know I've done a couple of the closed sessions over the years for different things. So I just want to make sure, absolute sure that discussing central office staffing reductions meets the criteria, the letter of the law to be able to go into a closed session.
I've reached out to our board attorney, and he's going to give us clear guidelines on exactly how we need to word it to go into executive session, what
Yeah,
we
'cause-
can actually
Yeah, 'cause I'm not
discuss
sure.
there. Right.
I don't think it
right.
does. I think it'd be something
We're going to
to
have very
discuss.
clear guidelines on how this is discussed. Yes.
I feel like these sorts of things need to be discussed in an open forum, to be quite honest. But I understand there might be some nuance or some sort of a detail. But again, I just want to make absolute sure, because,
Right.
the guidance we've received in the past about closed sessions, it's very clear there are a few reasons and very few things that the board has oversight as far as any kind of personnel actions and that sort of thing. And
Correct.
it usually has to deal with one position. only,
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
May I ask one question? Sorry.
Yes.
But I
No.
think it falls under the staffing reductions. I know several of us probably, I received an email with questions about the ETC program. Are there any, can you speak to any plans for, or is that coming up a little bit later? In terms of like a reduction of teachers and the ratios and all those kinds of things? Because that, something was said, and I know they came to us.
And there was quite a post on that on Facebook as well,
So-
of that.
Currently, what we have, our staffing of ETC is, some of our staffing is those positions are subs. And so if you are in a situation where, you have a much smaller number of students that particular day, then you can give those employees that are substitutes the option. And sometimes you may have a college student, you may have, someone that would appreciate having that time, if they can have it, to go ahead and go home. That's the only thing that we have said, is just making sure that you are using your staffing wisely.
There was concerns voiced about, if I remember the Facebook post correctly, about combining fifth graders with kindergartners or students who maybe had special needs, who were used to having the same teacher present throughout the time, and now all of a sudden that person was going to be sent home. So it sounds like there may be some misrepresentation of what that actually looks like. Again, another plug, that's why you reach out and not just follow what's on Facebook. But so it is a substitute situation. Classes could be combined if the sub was released and sent, given the option to go home because the numbers were low.
And there are a lot of specific nuances, because ETC is a childcare service, right? And it follows the childcare laws. And so we want to make sure that, and I've expressed this to parents, if any changes, look for a message directly from me. If there are major changes that are occurring, it will be communicated from me. Yep.
And then just one final thing, and I'll be done. I would like to see kind of the math, like what are the net savings? How do we get the net savings? Where are we taking that from? Just kind of the math on the net savings for the classified and the certified positions to whenever we meet.
You will have it. We already have it, actually. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question about this subject? On the bus monitors, if we have bus drivers who retire and want to do something different and they want to become a monitor, are they paid more because they are a retired bus driver?
No,
Okay, thank you.
we pay monitors the same rate. Now, they'll probably get there, if they were in the district, they'll get their years of experience, but there's not a different pay scale for.
There's
that.
no differentiate, okay.
The only difference that we do is for special needs bus drivers and monitors. They get a higher pay.
Thank you.
And with that, I am done.
Are you, can I ask, and I apologize, I should be more like Sarah and send you these questions, but back in August, during the tax hearing, there were two proposals before the board. One was to leave the tax rate the same, and it would generate X amount, and another one was to lower it, and it would generate. Do you know what those numbers were?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you on the website, so I don't have to make up any numbers
Good.
off the top of my head, because we all know that I get a few numbers mixed up every now and then. So that is on the budget transparency page, the public hearing board document here. We chose option 2.
Okay, what was the difference, though? That's my question.
So the keep the flat rate would be 4.4 million projected increase, and the projected increase from option 2, which is what we took, was 829,000.
I think you
So-
said 4, but it's really 2. 2 million, not 4 million.
2.4 million.
Yep.
2.4 million. I told you, that's why I don't make up numbers.
Well,
Put them
and
on the screen.
Going back to Facebook.
Wait,
Go
I still
ahead.
have the floor, please.
I'm sorry,
Um,
Ambrose.
No, I know, I just, what was the difference? That if we had taken the higher one, how much would that have made revenue go up? I
We had
know it's
held the
probably-
rate, if we had held the rate the
Yes.
same, not increased it or decreased
Gotcha,
it,
held the
right?
rate. What would it
If we
have
had
done?
held the rate the same.
I bought a calculator.
About 1.6 million, roughly, additional.
So, yes.
$1,616,010, $1,616,010.06.
1.6 million.
And has that projected increase of 800,000 been accurate, or have we really had revenues of more than the 800,000 in new tax receipts?
We have not received more than what we projected it.
Yeah, and so, of course, as you all know, when the taxes are collected and things can look different from what the projection was, and it was a little bit lower.
So it was lower, we actually received less money than we anticipated receiving.
A little bit, yeah.
So, and I think that, to go back to, Ambrose, are you finished?
Go ahead.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I really want to get this out,
I
you
know
know.
you do.
There was a post on Facebook, and I hate to keep on going back to that, but I just, as an educator and as someone who teaches policy, I cannot say enough to reach out to your elected officials or to reach out to Dr. Jones or people who have direct information. Don't just go by what you read on the internet. There was somebody who posted that the board is going to raise taxes. The time for that has passed. And if you remember correctly, when we had this tax conversation, we talked to the community about where we would be if we did not change. There was lots of community feedback, understandably so. We are all in a crunch for money. The economy is not great right now, and there was concern about raising that rate. We created a situation, I know for myself, I got money back, my escrow is changing because of the reduction in taxes that I'm paying because of this rate. And the community did not want that. We talked about we would have to go into a
It was
vote.
recallable.
A
Recallable.
recallable vote.
It could be recalled.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it would have been,
But we would have
yes.
had to have a specific vote, which would have cost another great sum of money that would be charged to our school district. So thinking about being good stewards with money, but this is not the time. We can't go back and raise taxes at this current juncture. Like, we are in it in this situation. And we gave the options of very clearly, everything is very transparent now on our website. So I encourage everybody to check that out and to not take misinformation about what this looks like. And we do have to cut $2 million, and it is going to be an incredibly gut-wrenching decision because, and I'm with everybody else that, it is.
3 million, yeah.
3 million. Sorry, wishful thinking with 2. But this is where we are. This is the reality of the situation. We do not want the state to step in. That is not a good situation to be in. I do not want to lose any jobs. I'm always been for teacher raises and making sure our kids get the best services that they possibly can have. But we have a monumental task ahead of us. And part of that is because we did not raise taxes.
Not raise them.
Maintain.
Hold them, hold the rate, hold the rate.
Not
We
raise
did not
them.
hold the rate.
There's a difference.
We're gonna learn this. We are
Yes.
all gonna get it. Yep.
Can we just get the actuals and our tax numbers at the meeting at the end of the month, just so we'll know what the actuals are?
And it
with
would be
all of
at
them?
this point though, Sherry. It
Right,
would be
right.
right to this point, because
So-
it could, you know.
If you
Correct.
remember in December, I did provide you with the taxes up until the end of November. So, and it's part of my presentation in January for the treasury report, you will have the up till December.
Right, and all of the taxes, because I know there were some other taxes that we were getting that was
All of the taxes that
listed a
would be
little
listed as a
different.
revenue source.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
We're also in a budget year, so our state budget can drastically impact where we are next year. So our SEEK funding, that's what's impacted us drastically as far as the budget that we have now, our property value assessments and that sort of thing. So lesson of tonight, reach out to your representatives.
And I also wanted to say that I wanted to thank our employees for doing such an incredible job of going ahead and completing their surveys. We sent out a survey just about, you know, are you planning to retire? Are you leaving for a different reason? So that we would have that information. And so we had over 600 responses, which was incredible. So thank you to every single person that did that. And so we do know how many people are considering retirement or are retiring, and also are leaving for other reasons. So we have that information. Sure. So definitely saying that they are not returning next year. We have 8 individuals, 2 retirement, 6 for other reasons. And then we have 16 who are still deciding, and 2 considering retirement, and in those 16, and 14 for other reasons.
How many of those are at the high school?
I don't know that. I could tell you that later.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, Board, I would like to just publicly thank the Budget Committee.
Yes.
Ms. McCown
Yes.
serving on that. Mr. Offit in the back of the room didn't present, but he's here as well. I think that's, and then the 3 that spoke today, like they did a tremendous job, and they pointed out things that we chose to present to you, you know, like those were recommendations and things, and then we just took that opportunity to reevaluate some of the things. So also on the here that is not on my presentation, just for your reference, something that might be changing is the certification program for our classified staff members. Looking at revamping that and figuring out a way to grandfather it and revamping it. It might need, like we've tried it for a little bit, maybe we need to do something different. So looking at that as an option, it doesn't have a current impact because we are currently paying those already. Mm-hmm. So this would be a moving forward thing that could not be budgeted, but if you look on the budget breakdown, it does show you that cost of what we are paying currently for the certification program. And then, like was mentioned earlier, the cell phones and the MiFi devices, the cell phones are currently given to certain individuals in our district, and we're looking at ways to reduce costs there, but keeping the essential safety concerns for schools as a top priority. If the phones go out, they need that. Again, it's budgeted still, but that is an area that we are still evaluating for effectiveness, as well as the MiFi devices, which I will give you more information on at a future board meeting. And I believe that is everything else on our list that I have. And so I'm turning it over to Dr. Jones and walking away.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much.
thank you. Thank you for all the answers to
Just so we know, like, we need to approve the draft budget on the January date. That doesn't mean what we approve on the draft budget, which has been presented to you tonight for review, has to be what we approve in May. So just know that we need to approve it. You can agree or disagree, but we still have, until May 30th to make that ultimate decision on how exactly this budget works. So please note that you're not going to have to make an ultimate decision on what this looks like tonight or January, whatever.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you for pointing that out.
So my recommendations, I am recommending an adjustment to the substitute pay to still pay our substitutes who are retired experienced more. at a $225 rate up to that amount for daily wage threshold. That is $25 more than one district, the highest paying district next to us, and it is a lot more than any of the other districts around us. I'm recommending that we continue to restrict out-of-state travel for central office, with the exception of grant requirements paid for by grant funds. I am recommending that we make a reduction to all certified employees by 1 contract day. I am recommending that we consider reducing the Section 6 and 7 allocations to schools so that we can, those funds can be used to continue to support schools, but to pay for some of the things that we're paying for out of general fund that also support schools. So I am recommending that we do look at our vacation accrual board policy, and that we adjust for 260-day employees, that we adjust that to you are earning 10 days of vacation time, and then you would, a model like you would earn an additional day every year after 5 years. And then that we limit the amount of vacation days that can be rolled over to 10. That is my recommendation as superintendent. I am recommending that we look at all cell phones that we are currently paying for, and look at our MiFi device usage to make an informed decision about usage versus cost, and if there are better options out there. There may even be better options that are more cost effective. So that's my recommendation on that. I am recommending central office staffing reductions in all departments. And I am recommending that we do prioritize the placement of our bus monitors based on the levels of needs on our routes, and that we do that to ensure safety on those routes continues, and that we look at that, reducing that number. I'm asking that we consider a revision of the certificate program for classified employees, that we look at the offerings that we are giving to employees for that certificate program to make sure that that it's the best structure we could, so that we can honor all departments and all employees equitably. In other words, that if I'm a custodian or if I am an instructional assistant, that I have opportunities, equal opportunities or equitable opportunities to earn more money based on that. And I'm also recommending that that be looked at as a stipend rather than an hourly rate. And that we consider our 403B. I agree with the budget committee that that is an important contribution. Maybe we match a lower percentage, or we just at least review that and look at that. I am recommending that we change the custodial staffing from 1 per 20,000 square feet to 1 per 25,000 square feet. Again, that is still much better staffing than our neighbors. And then I am recommending that we adjust the teacher staffing at the middle school to 1 to 29 at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And again, this is still better staffing rates than our surrounding districts, but also well below state cap. And then I agree that we need to adjust the teacher staffing at the high school from 1 to 22 to 1 to 24. And this places us well below state cap and is better than our surrounding districts by far, by a very large gap. That would be a reduction of 4 allocations, teacher allocations for the high school. I wanted to remind us that if we staffed at the state recommended cap, that would be adjusting our ratio from 1 to 22 to 1 to 31, which would be a 16 position reduction.
So when we look at the recommendation of adjusting the teachers, that is a site-based decision, correct?
Our board allocation, so what we currently staff, like when we send out our staffing to our schools, we would reduce what we are able to give out of the general fund.
For
And-
teachers only.
Right.
Gotcha.
And then then site-based councils would decide, how do we use what we are given?
Okay.
Yep. And then the last thing, and it's very difficult for me, but I feel like need to say it. I think we should strongly consider looking at trying to pay for our interventionists from other fund sources, if at all possible. And the reason I'm saying that is because all the research suggests and states that 70 to 80% of our students should be on grade level based on classroom instruction, and less than 10% of our students should require Tier 3 interventions. And so truly, if you look at our data, we really should be able to have the needs of our students based on our data really should be met with 1 to 1.5 interventionists per elementary school.
That hurts my heart. Could I ask that as part of the next meeting, we also receive a list of just the district level funded positions so that we can kind of take a look at that?
Tell me a little more about that. I'm sorry.
Just, I know we fund media, we fund PE, we fund art, I think we fund athletic directors, assistant athletic directors, just those kinds of positions that would be kind of on par with, the interventionists that we also fund. So we have the formula, but outside the formula, we have specific funded positions that the district.
Those are there too in the document, the staffing comparisons, those are all there as well. Yeah.
I
So
can
the
show you.
above the teacher allocations, those discretionary, they're all there, and you can see
Positions are
them.
listed?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I will say that some of the things that, I guess, just going back to, trying to think of how to word this. We are not looking at cutting our arts right now, like our PE, our music, or any of that. Okay.
Nope.
Can we look at that list?
Sure.
Do you mind pulling it up?
It's on the for those of you at home,
Just so, because
it's on the
I
budget.
wasn't-
I don't have my computer. Josh, do you
Here,
mind to
do you
pull
want
up the
this back?
staffing
Yeah.
comparison document, please? Dr. Rayburn?
Dr. Jones, while Dr. Rayburn's looking for that, can I ask a question about the recommendations that you've given us? About what does that total? Does that total right at 3 million or more?
These
or less?
recommendations, the recommendations actually total a little more than 3 million, and that gives the board flexibility to be able to choose, the priorities that you feel are appropriate.
Okay. I
Yeah.
wasn't sure. I know that the
And-
one pager was like $3.4 million, and I didn't know if that was.
And, we are in the budget literally every day, every single day for hours upon hours right now. And so as we're cleaning some of that up, we are just trying to make sure that everything we report to the public, everything we report to you all is as accurate as we can get it. But again, if we estimate something, that is based on a lot of different factors. So we're doing our absolute best to estimate those calculations as closely as we can get them, but there are factors that impact those, so. The staffing allocation comparison.
The one you're on. Yep.
Oh.
So yeah. So just so everybody saw that is right on the budget transparency page on our school board website. So everyone has access to this.
Yep.
Okay, so can we pull it up and see it? So all of the district level funded positions are where? Is it called that, or?
If you look at the comparison.
There's central office administrative comparison.
Oh, okay, I was looking into the other one at school level, so.
And while we're looking at this, just to reiterate, Dr. Jones, right in the beginning of tonight, said that one of her main assignments in coming to Woodford County was
still not
to
seeing
tackle
it.
the
Are you
budget,
seeing where it
was
says
to get a
PE
grasp
and
on
ED
this.
specialist?
And I just want to thank you so much for doing that.
I'm not seeing it. So where does it say, like, you know, that we fund a media specialist? Where does it say that we fund PE? It's on the staffing allocation.
The staffing allocation comparison.
So if you go down, there's Woodford, that's all the things that we, at the elementary included positions for staff. And then if you look over here to Henderson, Franklin, here's their different, and then if you go down. So this is all of the district level positions, like, I thought we funded.
This is school, the other document is district. Yep, so our budget committee looked at all of that, and that was part of the process of saying, well, you know, maybe this is something that we ought to consider.
And so out of that list for district and school level, interventionist was the one that you came up with?
Interventionists, I'm sorry, tell me again.
Is that the one we came up with?
So that was the one that you have most recently added, that the board has most recently added. So, I mean, you're welcome to look at others.
No, I mean, I just
Yeah.
wondered, I'm just asking if that was something that,
That was part of all the positions added over the last 4 years was part of the process of the budget committee.
and what were the other positions added over the past 4 years that could have been, like, you know, that I could think instead of the interventionist?
The actual list of the positions that have been added for the last 4 years.
You just pulled
It's, yeah.
It's pulled up now. And that was also available on the budget transparency tab.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I think we don't need to lose.
You want to hit your?
Over the last 2 minutes, people have asked for stuff. Let me get it here. We'll get it here. Just a minute, we'll get it here. We don't need to overlook how important that is, and that wasn't like that before Dr. Jones. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to finish what I was saying earlier, this has been an incredible amount of work for the committee, for the budget committee. Dr. Jones took the lead to form that committee, so I want to thank you. Dr. Rayburn has done an amazing job in digging into this. The budget is very complicated, and I think everybody's starting to see that now, and there's a lot of moving parts. This is an extremely difficult decision that everyone has to make. The reality is we have to make cuts, and it's going to affect different people in different ways, and our goal is to minimize that as much as possible, but we have to make them. You know, making sure that we're all aware and see everything that's going on within the district finances is very important. You know, the comment earlier about not having the treasurer's report on there for a number of months is accurate. There was a time when we did not have it. My vote on that was more of the conduct and decorum of the meetings that was happening during that time. My first action as board chair when I came into this position was to put that finance and treasury report back on the regular agenda because there was a request for that, and I trusted the board that's in place now to have that conduct and decorum that we expect, and that's gone well, I think, in the last year. So I want to thank everybody for that. I want to thank, again, Dr. Jones and Dr. Rayburn for doing this deep dive and explaining it to us and presenting it to us in a way that is understandable. We have the 87 pages here in front of us. It's very difficult to read. And you've made this much easier, and every month you've come to us with the information broken down in very easily digestible ways. And so again, just want to thank everyone for that. But I know we've been here for a while. I want to thank everyone for being here. And
You can give everybody an opportunity to say something if you want to.
absolutely,
Okay.
Mr. Ambrose.
I echo everything you said, explanation point. But Mr. Belfort said something at the beginning of the meeting that has stuck with me. I can't get it out of my head. He said Dr. Jones was dealt a bad hand. But I think we need to recognize that the Board of Education deals. And we're the ones that are going to have to correct it. And I'm glad you're here to help us. Thank you.
Well, and I did
Ms.
just want to
McCowan?
say.
Oh, I'm gonna go in order. I'll come back to you. Ms. McCowan, do you have anything?
Yeah, I guess same thing everyone said. Thank you to the budget committee. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the constituents that have emailed, contacted, phone calls. All of that feedback is critical, and I'm happy to have it. Thank you, Dr. Jones and Dr. Rayburn. I guess just before we leave, next steps. So with these recommendations, I know that is something we're going to look at implementing at our regular board meeting in January. So what are our next steps so that we can come to that meeting? And do we identify like, okay, this is a no-go for us, or this is, how does that work? So we can be helpful and prepared.
So in terms of adopting the draft budget, right? So if there are things that, you know, that as a board member that you're like, this is a no-go for me, then, you know, I would like for you to communicate that to me directly. And then, you know, we will have to bring that back out into a revised draft budget.
So the
vote on.
recommendations that you've made, those are things that you're recommending. Would we vote on that in January? Would that be something separate, or?
So in the page that I gave each of you, you'll see that some of the changes, if we adopt this draft budget, then there will be subsequent things that the board will have to do. So you'll see that like there are policies or staffing formulas, that sort of thing that would need to change. And so those would come after, in the months after the January board meeting, because we do need to get staffing allocations out to our schools as soon as possible. So I think for, you know, the point of the work session, as you all know, it really is to discuss those things, and then for you as individual board members to really consider, you know, what you feel like we're willing to approve, and then that informs the draft budget.
Got it.
Which is what you've been given.
Would you, if we come up with it, if we say, I don't agree with this 500,000 recommendation you made, realizing we have a $3 million we have to get to, would you like for suggestions on how to
Sure.
overcome that 500,000?
Sure, and absolutely. And we have truly, like my Hive groups have been incredible to get the word out to staff members to say, hey, if you come up with an idea,
Good.
send it to Dr. Rayburn, send it to Dr. Jones. It's going to take all of us.
Absolutely.
And you know, to be honest, the more of that those ideas we come up with, the less we have to reduce in this way. So we want those recommendations, absolutely.
And I think it's important that because we may have a recommendation that the other four of us haven't thought about. You haven't thought about.
Exactly, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're in
And,
this
yeah.
together.
We found that with the budget committee as well. The budget committee came up with things that we were like, oh. And our Hive groups have given lots of recommendations. When I've been rounding with employees, they've said, hey, what about this? And so that's where several of those operational adjustments came from. Yeah.
I'm trying not to talk too much, but I do think it's important, this exercise that we're going through now. In the future, if we come up with ideas that it's going to require a lot of revenue, we need to go through that process then, instead of after the fact, I would say.
And another thing that I instituted when I became board chair was these quarterly meetings. We
Absolutely.
didn't have these before, so these quarterly budget meetings are very important, I think. And so having this opportunity, just like we're doing today, to go through the budget every quarter, talk about things that may come up, because we know this school needs a new roof, that school needs a new HVAC system. And so by having these quarterly meetings and discussing anything, we have that opportunity and sharing it with the public also. So, yeah, but I know we're going. Oh, well, I'm just going to keep
Can I
going in order.
just answer real quick to Ms. McCowan real quick? We do have to approve the working budget or the draft budget by the 31st, even though it doesn't get reported anywhere. Again, it's just a draft. So that's not, even if we approve it and then in February we're like, actually we want to do this. Well,
Right.
We really our goal is to get to the tentative budget.
Yeah.
So even if you don't 100% agree with the draft budget, so to speak, like approve it,
yeah.
but then we move forward and we'll adjust it for the tentative, which is where you really want to
Right.
make all those adjustments and where you'll
Thank
see
you.
those line items.
correct.
Yes.
You know, like we just put high numbers here, but you'll see a line item in this department will be reduced by this number because we have reduced this position type of
Correct.
stuff
Yeah.
in the tentative. So that's April, May. So we just have to, by law, approve it by January 31st.
Thank you.
You
So
don't
we
have
don't
to agree with it.
Yeah,
You
we don't have to
agree
come
with
up with all these in the next 2 weeks. We do not have to make these decisions in the next 2 weeks. That's just the tentative budget. All of these actionable items that we're talking about will be more for the May tentative budget. And we are going to have that quarterly budget meeting in April before that to also discuss. I mean, we're going to keep discussing this constantly, but that April quarterly meeting, very much like what we're doing now, is where we're also going to bring up a lot of those things.
I would still like to hear from each board member. I really would, by email, or call, phone call, or
Absolutely.
meeting. I mean, I really do.
Ms. Springate?
Yeah, I would say, I feel like all the discussions need to be had in an open public meeting like this. I think that it's just beneficial, and I've advocated for that my entire time on the board. There have been years when we've had folks that really want to shout down, silence others, use attorneys, use whatever to, cut meetings. We used to have a planning meeting so that we could have discussion about agenda items. We used to have it so that folks could take things off of the consent agenda, and since you came, we've been doing that again. But I think a lot of things, we had a lot of changes that were for the worse with the past administration, and I think that, as board members, some of us did not do our job in any way, shape, or form, financially, in any of the metrics that you would measure a good board member. And so I think there is a reckoning, and I think the public has the right to be, upset. They were misinformed about things. They were, the board was misinformed about things. And, I'm glad that we had a quarterly meeting. I think this was very helpful. I'm glad that we have a superintendent that's willing to do a budget committee and put documents online and answer questions. But I think really it's important to remember that we didn't get here overnight. We got here through decision after decision, and not really following best practices about having discussions and doing things in open meetings, and really just being good humans and good board members. So I think that it's a big hole. It's a bad hand, but to Mr. Wilson's point, it was dealt by the previous administration and the previous board, and some that are still on this board. And so, hopefully there will be, continue to be positive, good changes. And I think the one thing I would like to say to the public, to our parents, students, teachers, staff, is that you really do have all of the power. We represent you. You elect us. And so you do have all of the power. You have the voice. You have the ability to advocate and to speak up. And so moving forward, I'm hoping that we can have public comment on any and all agendas. I realize that it's not required by law except on regular meetings. However, we change a lot of meetings. They become special meetings. Work sessions, when folks come and want to be here and want to have input, they should have that ability. It's a taxpayer-funded school. It's a taxpayer-funded meeting, taxpayer-funded board. And I just think that that is something very valuable, that even if we don't agree, even if sometimes things are hard to hear, that just should be a fundamental value that we want to do that. So thank you.
Dr. Gould?
So I'm going to ask my follow-up question first, and then I'm going to go into my spiel. So what I was asking before was, with the central office conversation that we're going to go into closed session for, will we have that before or after we talk about our tentative budget? Because I feel like having that information will be key. Okay. So I was just curious about how that, if it was before or after. So that was my question, my burning question over here. I know I talk a lot. I'm going to try to be brief because I know we're all getting out here and I'm last one. You probably shouldn't put me last, right? I just want to say a huge thank you again to the Budget Committee, to Dr. Rayburn. I know that this has been a very challenging task and a monumental task, just to echo what everybody said. I know it's been said multiple times. I also want to thank Dr. Jones for her work in transparency, for her work on the budget. She's taken on a huge task, and I think she's handled it with grace. She's had so much to handle walking into this new role for her, that she continues to do a great job on that. In her Hive meetings, I'm hearing good feedback from community members about that transparency, just that one-on-one conversation and what that looks like to help inform everybody where we're at. I think I've said like 20 times tonight, I'm going to say it again. Please reach out to us, use your voice. I'm a huge proponent on advocacy. I was at the Capitol building today fighting for stuff with social work legislation, and I'll go back again to talk about our kiddos and meet with our representatives. We have got to use our voice, and I'm really big on lived experiences. If anybody's ever heard me talk in these meetings, they know that I want to view, as your representative, I want to view from your lens. Now, again, there is going to be challenging decisions to be made ahead of time. I look at this and I think, where's it going to come from? And from my lens, it's when I ran, I said, how does it impact kids? I want to continuously go back to how it impacts our kids, because that's why we're here, right? And our kids are the future of our community. Even people that are saying that, I don't have kids in the district and I pay all these taxes. Well, look at how many Whitford County graduates are running for a public office in our county this coming election. There is quite a few, and there's graduates of Whitford County sitting on this board right here. We reinvest in our community, and so it takes us investing in our kiddos. They are our future, and so I think we have to keep that in the forefront of every single decision that we make, but also how it impacts those of you who are employed by this district and our community at large. I think that there's so many factors to take into consideration here, and I don't want to see anyone lose their job, and that's why I'm asking some of the follow-up questions that we're having. And when I ask these questions, I don't mean to discount any of the work that anybody has put into this, because I know that it is a significant amount. It's just me seeking clarity, because I do know this is a big choice, and it's not one that I want to make without listening to other people. And I think that that is key to any elected position. You are elected to be a voice, but you have to listen to the voices of your community, your constituents, your students. Students absolutely have a voice in this. Our staff and teachers, and our parents and guardians, of course, too. All of us have a stake in this situation. So I'm now officially in my sophomore year as a board member. I've done a lot of reflection as I've seen memories pop up of when I was sworn in. I will say this has been an amazing journey so far, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. So I'm glad to be in this chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adjourn.
Mr. Wilson's like, well, she stop.
We have a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second by Ms. McCowan. All those in favor?
Thanks. Aye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.